Good afternoon and welcome back to North Sydney Oval. It's Women's Premier Division second grade here. T20 cricket, Gordon and UTS North Sydney. Gordon's won the toss and will bat, as they did. And they batted first in the Brewer Shield game early today. Lineups for UTS North Sydney: Emily Aiken, Lily Hancock, Adelaide Hicks, Ellie James, Jasmine James, Eva Jens, India Keating, Aurora Mavros, Sophia Mavros, who's the skipper, Evelyn Mackay, Kata Robson and Taylor Seymour. For Gordon, Amelia Billinghurst, who's the keeper, Asmi Banaj, Kristen Dorsch, Jenny Flanagan, Georgia Horan, Olivia Linfoot, Julia Moriarty, Dear Sam Brain, Laura Tarrant, Elizabeth Yates and Lucy Yates. Umpires are out in the middle waiting to rock and roll. It is a beautiful afternoon here. The early cloud, and it was quite dim early this morning and overcast, a little bit threatening. Just there are some clouds around, but it's a lovely day. That east nor'east has picked up a bit. Beautiful up here. Yes, when you're up at North Sydney Oval, you're up at a plateau. You're up quite high off the sea, and it does pick up anywhere. North Sydney itself is known as being a massive wind tunnel and very cold in winter. This afternoon it is absolutely beautiful here. My name's David Redden. It's great to be here with you again. Love this commentary at North Sydney Oval. Thanks to North Sydney Cricket Club for having me along again. Absolute pleasure to be here. Rob Aiken with his final words to his charges for UTS North Sydney second grade. Their batters, Gordon's batters, are waiting to come on. The umpires are already out in the field. And just a heads up, I did a bit of homework at the break, made some use of my time. The wides in Brewer Shield are in fact test match type wides, but this afternoon's will be proper T20 wides, so pretty much anything outside that leg stump, you'll get pinged. The music in the background I'm glad it's finished because it was average. So that's gone, and we're sitting over here in the grandstand. And the Charlie McCartney stand actually is the broadcast side. So going from left to right, we're in the McCartney stand, then the Bill O'Reilly stand, named after Australia's greatest leg spinner, William Joseph O'Reilly. The Duncan Thompson stand, the Molly Dive stand, the Bob stand, the Doug Waddle stand is that hill over there. And the Ken Irvine scoreboard over here as well. So that's to the right. Umpires are actually out there ahead of time, so there's no rush. It is 1:58 at the moment. The game starts at 2 o'clock. It's a T20 fixture. UTS North Sydney in their traditional colours of white with black pants, Gordon in their blue and red. And North Sydney are on the field now. On comes Sophia Mavros, leading her charges onto the field. How you all doing out there? Hope you're enjoying yourself on this beautiful Sunday just before Christmas. Sunday the 17th of December. Gordon will have first use of the stick, and UTS North Sydney will come on and have a trundle first up on this greenish wicket. The ball moved a bit in the air this morning. It's a bit dry now in the air and a bit more sun out. But it'll be interesting to see how they go, the Gordon sticks on this deck. It's a good fair deck. And those of you that will be watching, the boundaries have been pushed much further out there on the blue markings here on the ground, which is the regular markings. They were in quite short, but these boundaries are significantly bigger, particularly straight. And Aurora's going to take first use of the rock at that northern end. Aurora Mavros has got the ball. We'll have a look at the field here. I'm sure there'll be a third man and a fine leg, and there is. And the rest of the field is surely they're going to have four in front of in the ring on the onside. Really? That's an astonishing field. They're going with a 4-5. So mid-off, who's deep, cover, point, and here they've got their calibrations wrong. They had four players in the ring on the onside in front of square, and across comes a player to short cover. The 2 points move around. That's exactly the field that I thought that they'd go close to, although the mid-wicket's not, is right on the ring. So mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, fine leg, third man, backward point, cover on the squeeze, and a wide mid-off. Aurora Mavros from the northern end. It's rock and roll time. Here we go. First ball's a good line, good length. And no bat to that one. Our batters, Banaj and Moriarty. So Esme Banaj is on strike and Julia Moriarty at the non-striker's end. Off the pad, looking for a leg by and gets it. Good running, good hustle. First run on the board is a leg by. None for one. And again, third man and fine leg, very, very fine. Like, very fine. They'd be 30 yards around from what is normally perceived, but that's not a bad move. Aurora from the northern end. Lovely back foot drive. Just work that behind point. It should be an easy double on this quick outfield. It is. And it's none for three early doors. Moriarty on strike. Short. Not too much footwork, and the short cover comes in and cuts that one off. Still none for three. Aurora, who bowled 2 overs in her set early this morning. Their sister Alex is playing with the New South Wales 19s up there in Brizzy. Well, good luck, New South Wales, as always. Has a big hoy at that one. Thought it was a little bit shorter than perhaps it was. Tried to pull that one. Missed it. And a forlorn question of LBW, but not given. Mavros in again from that northern end. How is that, Mr. Stumps? Oh my goodness me. And having another larrup at that one. After the first over, Gordon are none for three. And Aurora Mavros a little unlucky not to have knocked over the castle there. Just wondering if this is India Keating. I'll check in a second. And in fact, it's not. It's one of the James sisters. I'll get those details very, very shortly. I'm just having a few problems bringing out the picture at the moment on the YouTube. I hope everybody else can see it because I can't at the moment. It just won't come up for me at the moment. But that's okay. Sophia Mavros coming in to get the field right, and it is. They've moved fine leg around a deep square, so fine leg's in short. That ball spoon down to mid-on. No run. Want to get the length fuller than that, I would have thought. That was quite short. It's Jazzy James bowling here from the northern end. Correction, southern. Much fuller, much better length. That one scoots off the pitch. Little bit of a way shape there from Jazzy James. And that is a far superior length to bowl. Banaj is on strike. She's 0. Moriarty is 2. None for 3 into the second over. Short again. Bunted down to mid-on. Didn't need to go to ground necessarily, I didn't think. And easy single. Banaj is off away and running. She's 1. And Jasmine James is... If the second ball is the one she wants to model her bowling on today, that was a lovely length. Just moved away in the air. This is a perfect end to bowl outies from this southern end. With that breeze and east nor'easter. It's almost a due easterly. The outcome is right across the ground. Sticking with the deep square and having fine leg inside the ring. Lovely length bowling there. They're looking for a single. It should have gone the bowler's end. It does. Couldn't stop the single though. Just that quick slight delay in getting rid of the throw meant they could scoot through for a single. None for 5 now, Gordon. James is going to get throws very quickly off that 5 or 6 step run up. Short on the back foot. Squeeze it down to third man. They should be looking for 2 here. And that's 4 runs on the misfield. So that's a boundary 4. Banaj is away. Lovely little squeeze through backward point. And the misfield from third man means that that's 4. And short cover, and third man goes wider, and short cover comes much further out for the last ball. Full, driving, taking the single straight away, and an easy single. So 7 off James's first over. Gordon are now none for 10 after 2 overs. Back to Aurora from the northern end. Same field. Final leg, third man. Backward point, cover point. Short cover on the squeeze, mid-off. Mid-on. A squarish mid-wicket. And a backward square. Missed the run-up. We'll have to do that one again. Benaj is on strike. She's 6 and Moriarty is 3. Wide. That might be 5 wides, I reckon. And it is. And that hurts. 5 wides. Aurora just let that one go down leg side, and she's quick enough that they couldn't stop that on the fence. So 5 wides. Gordon under none for 15. Got to get the line of length right here, Aurora. And does. Dot ball. Ball burst punch straight back to the bowler. No run. Good length. That ball hit stickers. Just rolled her fingers over that one. That was a bit of a slower leg cutter, and it held up on this pitch. But Ours just managed to get that. Actually, I think that's Moriarty on strike. I don't think that score's changed over yet. Not sure if it has, but anyway, that's fine. No problems. Driving. That might be 4. Can they pull that up? That's into the wind. That's a lovely square drive, and that's 4 runs. It is indeed Benaj. She moves on to 10. Asmi Benaj starting off nicely here. That was a very, very nice square drive. Much straighter. Push down to mid-off, no run. Fuller. Worked it. Oh, nutmeg. And that will be 4. She's got enough of that. It's gone straight between the legs. And that is 4 more. What an over this is for Gordon. They are flying now. 23. And this over's been... There's been a 5 wides and 2 boundaries in this over, so it's a great start. Trying to play a cut shot to that one and missed. That's a terrific over. And Gordon are away. And none for 23 after 3 overs with a 5 wides and 2 boundary 4s in that over. Just trying to see if the YouTube streaming is working at the moment. I can't pick it up on my tablet here, but we'll just see. tablet here, but we'll just see. Lovely. We're all working. Everything's going fine there. Back to Jasmine James. Full and whacked. It's going to go straight to the deep square, I'd imagine. Mid-wicket scuttled across and cut that off. Just a single. I'm glad that streaming's working on the phone, because it's certainly not on the tablet. I might have to turn that off, I think, and come back to it. James, short on the back foot. It's almost tip and run here for the moment. Gordon being very impressive. Easy single there to Moriarty, none for 25. In fact, it's Moriarty back on strike now. Lovely back foot shot, but straight to the fielder. No run. Jasmine James has got to, with this, the way this field structured, she really needs to bowl full. If she bowls short, she gives them a chance to go under the back foot. Short again, whacked. But there's a deep square out there. Just a single. Moriarty is 5. Banaj is 15. It's none for 26. Very bright start here from Gordon. Short. That came back in slightly. Nice little off cutter. James running her fingers down the side of that delivery. Short. That came back in slightly. Still none for 26. Last ball of James is second. Full. Much better delivery. And she finishes off the over well. In fact, just the 3 singles out that over. She'll be very pleased, Jazzy James. And after 4 overs, Gordon a none for 26. How are you all? David Redden here with you at North Sydney Oval on a glorious Sunday. UTS North Sydney and Gordon in women's second grade. Now Aurora Mavros is, I think, having a spell here. Yep. In fact, Aurora is right down in front of us at fine leg. James will be very pleased with that last over. Kept it to 3. And it is indeed a change in bowler. Getting the run up right. So they've put out. That's why the short fine leg's in. They've gone with a sweeper at cover and a deep backward square. Aurora Mavros is in front of us at short fine leg. Sophia, the skipper's ducked back right at the edge of the square at a short cover. So this is Jen's bowling from the northern end. Wide, yep. Under T20 rules, that's a wide. That was outside the blue tram tracks. Number 27. Eva Jens' first ball is a wide. Again, the mid-wicket's very square. Much better line that time. Point comes in. Underarms it in. No run. So the field for you in its entirety. Mid-off, short cover. Sweeper at cover point. Backward point, short third man. Then short fine leg, deep backward square. A very square mid-wicket and a mid-on. So the 2 outriders are at deep backward square and a sweeper at cover point. Full. Driving. Gets us. Slices out away. Would like to keep it to 1 if they could. Goes to ground, and that costs the second run. So very well run there from Moriarty. She takes 2. She's on to 7. Banaj is 15. Score check for you. None for 29. And Jens brings the point round right to point from backward point. Outside off again, another wide. Jens has just got to get the line into gear. Much better line of length. That could be a catch. And Jens takes the first wicket. So Moriarty slices and Sophia Mavros take a bow. She'd moved that fielder 5 metres squarer, and she just has to scuttle a couple of yards to the right. That's the first wicket of the day. It's 1 for 30 here at North Sydney Oval. We'll be back with you in a moment. The new batter is Lucy Yates, replacing Julia Moriarty, who was caught at point by Jasmine James off Eva Jens. Still persisting with the sweeper at cover point for the new batter. We thought you could put a little bit of pressure on, but however, Sophia Mavros pulling all the strings at the moment. She's in at short cover on the square. Jens into Lucy Yates. Another wide. And this is where the advanced playing conditions make you bowl straight. It's 3 wides in this over from Jens. And you can't see it there, but there are the blue markings out there that provide the umpires with a valuable guide as to what is a wide and what isn't. Jens in again to Lucy Yates. Full. Falls over in the bowling stride. No run. Jens composing herself at the top of the run-up this time. Short, cutting. No run. You just wonder with a new batter on, I understand with Banaj out there, but you just don't think with a new batter on you could bring that cover point into the ring. However, that's not what they're doing at the moment. Jens in again. Full, driving. That'll be 4. Don't think that'll be cut off this time. They'll be doing very well to do it. Yeah, lovely placement from Yates. Slices that one away to a deep backward point, and that's that last ball boundary. So in a way, an expensive over. She ends up with a wicket. It's 1 for 9 off her first over, and Gordon a 1 for 35. Lovely placement there from Yates. Got the full bunger and sliced it away. I think this may be India Keating coming on at the southern end. Just wait for confirmation. It most certainly is India Keating. And for India Keating, they go back to the third man position and dispense with the sweeper at cover point. Banaj on strike, she's 15 off 16. Full, worked beautifully off her pads. Thinking of 2, and is going to have to hurry. Got there. There was just the slightest bit of hesitation by the fielder, and Banaj was watching carefully. And got back for 2. Good running. Came a bit of a risk, but look, it's T20 cricket. Keating in again. Short. Worked off the pads nicely by Banaj to short fine leg. throw hits Lucy Yates. No harm done. That's a single. Benage moves to 18. It's 1 for 38. Yates has got a third man and a deep backward square as the boundary riders in the power play. Keating in again. Full. Ended up bouncing a little, and Yates cleverly worked that off stickers around a short fine leg. Another single. Just a little bit of scrappiness in the fielding, and they should really tidy that up just slightly. It might sound harsh, but there's been just a slight lack of polish. Just throws going away, not helping the keeper. And that's one area that the North Sydney side can just improve. Benage break on strike. Hasn't hit a boundary for a while. Full. And that's a wide. Wasn't sure if there was a slight clip of the pad there, but umpire said no. 1 for 40 now. Gordon. Not a bad start. They're still on the power play. Oh, that's a wide. And that'll be 2 wides. She really dragged that wide. There was almost 2 there. There was a double misfield, but they decided discretion was a better part of it, and they've still got 2 wides off it. So 1 for 42. Yates to face Keating now. Worked off the hip again. This time the forward square, another single. And again, a little bit of shoddy fielding. 1 for 43. 2 deliveries left in the power play. And Keating's moving the forward square closer to the umpire. Benage on strike. Driving. Won't get it past mid-off, I wouldn't think. Little bubble. They're thinking of 2, but kept it close enough. Just the single. 1 for 44 now. Keating's got none for 9 off her first 5 rocks. That's a better delivery right at the top of off stump. That's a very good over for Gordon. 1 for 44 after the power play. They'll be very pleased with that. It sets them up for a 140, 150 score if they keep going. Benage is 19. Yates is 6. 1 for 44 here at North Sydney Oval. David Redden here with you on at this wonderful Frog Box live streaming. And on comes the skipper. And of course, with the power play done, she can have 5 back. And this is a very important part of the game. Sophia Mavros is a very clever or is it Aitken? No, that's actually Aitken, I think, is it? Yep. And Aitken's also a very clever slow ball bowler. And interestingly, Aitken's got a couple of different deliveries. She's got a stock off spinner, but she's also got a ball that comes out the front of the hand that actually holds up and goes the other way. It's not actually a carom ball. It's almost like a front of the hand leg cutter. So let's have a look at the field. Bring out that fine leg, doesn't need to be there. So she's going with a deep backward square, deep cow, mid-wicket. Aurora Mavros is moving, I think, to mid-on. Short fine leg, short third man, backward point, cover sweeper and mid-off. So Aurora's going to go to mid-off, and I think the skipper's going to go to mid-on inside, or is she going to go to short cover? Are they leaving mid-off open completely open? They are, and Eva Jens is going to move from short. So they're going without a fine leg here, and this will be very interesting. If Benage can get anything at all off a hip, there's a double every time. 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off, and Aiken's going to come in from the northern end. Pushes straight to the mid-on on the ring. That's an easy single. We saw this happen in the previous game, that the mid-off and mid-on are very deep, and they're literally pushing it straight to the fields when they're just taking off. It's good running. Yates now to face Aitken. There, couldn't work it around the corner. That's a dot ball. Aitken starting off tidy, getting a length right to start. Doesn't mind them playing drives, just doesn't want to bowl short on this pitch, and sort of sits up and says, hit me. Coming at her. Couldn't get there. Looking at a double. Is Yates going to... Benage going to get there? If that had hit direct, that would have been interesting, but a double. Good running there from Gordon. Benage taking the fielder on and getting there. 1 for 47 now, Gordon. Onto the back foot, lovely transference of the weight. They were waiting on a misfield there and didn't get it, otherwise there would have been a double. Aitken into Benage, who's 20. Lovely bowling for Aitken, got it right on the spot. Had to take an enormous risk to play that across the line. And they've got a short mid-wicket on the squeeze, and I love this. They've got a squeeze plays at mid-wicket and at short cover. Down the pitch. Aitken took the pace off that one. She's come back hard in that over. She's only gone for 4. 1.2, So a good start from Aitken. Just wondering if Sophia's going to come on now that the power play's done and dusted. And it looks that way. Keating is lording with intent. Just waiting to see what Sophia's going to do. Yep. So Sophia Mavros is the change bowler. She'll come on from the southern end. And this will be interesting. Sophia Mavros, one of the better off spinners in the comp. Looking at going with a 4-5 split. So she's got a mid-off, assisters at mid-off, then a wideish cover point, or almost point actually. So it's mid-off, cover point, short third man. And in fact, she's going to elect to have a sweeper out at cover. And Benage has got all sorts of room. She's going to have to, yeah. So that cover's going to come in on the squeeze. That's the good position. And she's giving her that single out to point. And 2 players on the fence, one at deep cow and one at deep backward square. Mavros bowling to a 4-5. Needs to bowl up the stumps with that field. First ball's a little bit wide. Left alone, no run. Still 1 for 48, Gordon. Really works, uses a shoulder, Sophia Mavros. She puts a lot on the ball. Oh, that ball turned a little. Slight fumble from the keeper, but Yates was going to load up and cut, and then it was a bit too close to her. So there's a little bit of grip and turn. There should be. There's a bit of grass on this pitch. And if anyone's going to get work out of it, it's Sophia Mavros. Short. Hit straight to the sweeper at cow. Goes to ground. Didn't necessarily need to, but got it in quickly. And just a single to Yates. 1 for 49 now. Yates is 10. Benage is 20. Charging. Straight to short cover and running one on the mid. Benage is almost playing tip and run out there at the moment. She doesn't matter if she's hitting straight to the field or not. That's the 50 up. It's 1 for 50 after 7.4 overs. Driving, chipping that over cover. Should be an easy double. Aurora's going to scuttle around the left. That ball is flying on this outfield. And that's 4. That's actually 4 runs. That ball hit the rope. Good honesty there. That just hit the rope. Good effort there, but shows you how fast that outfielder. That was only a little chip shot from Yates, but it raced away down the hill. And despite the attention of Aurora, it couldn't be stopped. Yates is 14 off 13, and she's going nicely. 1 for 54, Gordner, and going very well. 9 wickets in the shed. Short. Drag that down a bit, straight to mid-on. And they're happy to give away the single. That's the over. Sophia's gone for 7 off her first over, and Gordon 1 for 55 after 8 overs here at North Sydney Oval. David Redden here with you on the wonderful live streaming service and on Frogbox. Still a lovely afternoon here in North Sydney. Very pleasant temperature. Aitken just remeasuring the run-up. And this is an important period. There'll probably be 8 overs of spin in a row here. Yates is showing the propensity to chip it over the top if she needs to. Has got players on the squeeze at mid-wicket and short cover. No run. Yates hits that to short cover. What she's after is a little bit of flight, Yates, and she'll be down the track to her. There's some flight. Slices that out to deep point. Needs to get rid of it quickly. Because of the slight bubble, they're coming back for a double. Very good running, Gordon. They are watching. Because these square boundaries are large, every time there's a misfield, they're back like a bat out of hell, getting a second. Yates on to 17 now. A very good knock. Benage still there on 21. It's 1 for 57. Full. Well stopped by the short mid-wicket. Are they going to think of 2 here? They are. Benage at the danger end and comfortably home. Hit that with some force, did Yates. 1 for 59, Gordon, and scoring well at the moment. India Keating switches over with Jens. Keating going into the difficult position in there and the squeeze at mid-wicket. It's an important ride. You've got to have a really good range. Jens to short third man. Full again. That ball dropped quickly. And just a single that time. Although despite the misfield from Aitken. Lots of singles out there, particularly on the leg side for Aitken. For Yates. Facing Aitken, of course. Short. That was a quicker one. Yates just gets it to short cover. Aitken again fighting hard. She went for 2-2s early in the over, but she's gone dot. Last ball of a second over, Aitken. Doesn't want a boundary, wants to keep it scoring down. That's a lovely shot. And it's caught. That's a good catch. I thought she'd chip that over, and Aitken gets an important wicket. I thought Yates had chipped that over, but it wasn't such a lovely shot, was it? That's a good catch at mid-on. Aitken takes her first. She has 1 for 9. Actually, I think it is actually 1 for 8. The scoreboards are a bit different. We'll have a short break. Important wicket there for North Sydney. Emily Aitken taking a wicket in the last ball of her second over. And if I'm judging by this morning, that may be the red helmet of Elizabeth Yates. And in fact, that's correct. So it's 2 for 60 after 9. A nice catch there from... I don't think that was Jasmine James that caught that one. And it's not Benage that's out. So they've got that information wrong on live scoring. Benage is most certainly still out there, so they'll have to correct that. Sophie Mavros back on. Bowling to a 4-5 again. She's loaded up that outfield on the leg side. And they've correcting that now on play HQ. Benage is certainly on strike now. Throws it up. Slices that one out. Will that be enough for the boundary? I don't think so. Should be enough for a double though. Pretty fair arm there from that long boundary. One bounce to Sophia. Benage continuing to motor. She's 23 of 24. And Elizabeth Yates is yet to score. Faster ball there and left alone by Benage. No run. That was the arm ball from Mavros. Probably thrown in case Benage was coming down at her, which she didn't. Again, an arm ball. Wide that time. That's outside the tram tracks. 2 for 63 now. Wide, driving, misfielded, got to get down. Does very well, Aurora Mavros. That ball was flying and keeps that to 2. Otherwise, that was gone to the fence. Benage on to 23, and Aurora's been banished to the extra cover fence by her sister. Driving, can't get a pass short. God, there's got to be a run out. Absolutely has to be. That's crazy running. Yates doesn't face a ball. That is an absolute... Oh, there's another word. I'll save that one. That's crazy running. Hit it straight to the fieldsman and took off. And Yates doesn't face a ball. We'll come back in a minute. Welcome back to North Sydney Oval. Believe the score is 3 for 61. We'll confirm that with you shortly. Mavros in now. I think it is Sam Bain out there, but don't quote me on it. We're just waiting for confirmation from the scorers. Another arm ball from Mavros. That ball's working for her. It's just drifting a bit with this breeze. She's certainly chosen the right end to bowl right arm off spin from. Off, much flighted, much fuller. Jen's at short cover. That's an excellent over from Sophia Mavros, in which the craziest run out you'll see just occurred. And Benage has now got to go deep. Bit of a mini collapse here from Gordon. They were flying a little while ago. We'll get you a score update very quickly. They're catching up on Play HQ. Lucy Yates dismissed for 19. Elizabeth Yates without facing and delivery run out. Emily Aiken now. He's got this habit of measuring her run up at the start of each over just to get it right. And Benage has now got to do a lot of hard work. That'll be a dead ball. Very wide on the crease. That's a wide. Yep. Keeper actually did well to stop that going for extras. Just missed with the radar there, Aiken. driving. Cut off by Sophia Mavros at short cover. I'll get you a score as soon as it's confirmed. That the two scorecards are saying we think it's 64 or 65, but we'll be with you shortly. But Arj driving, this time gets it past short cover and an easy single. Emily Aitken in again. Oh, has a hoy at that one. Sweeps around the corner. Got to get down. Does. Should be two. Sweeping first ball if you don't mind. And they've got that wrong on the scoreboard. Benage is most certainly still out there. It was Elizabeth Yates that was run out. They've still got that wrong. Saying it's Jenny Flanagan out there now batting. Pulling. That's a lovely pull shot. Won't get through, however. In fact, it does. Significant misfield out there, and the ball bobbles over the fence. So Flanagan's on 6 by my calculations. They're going to have to go back to the scoreboard because that is not Liz Yates out there. I think the sides are, the officials are telling them that. Drag down short, Benage. That is a lovely back cut. She'll be looking for two, I would imagine. Got to go. The running is chaotic at the moment. Gracious me. Do not know what's going on out there. It's just chaos. Single to Benage. Sorry, single to Flanagan, I beg your pardon. Everybody's going to have to play catch-up in a minute. Oh, that ball's bounced off a length from Aitken. And another good over. So, we think that the score is 74. Three for 74 after 11, we think. Again, everything's happened very quickly. The problem is for the scorers is that they've got Benage as being the victim of that run out. It wasn't. It was Elizabeth Yates who got run out. And they're going to have to backtrack all of that because Liz Yates is not out there. So I'll keep on calling the score. We believe it's 3 for 74. And I can't confirm that at this stage. So I'm actually, you wouldn't believe it, I'm looking at three different the scoreboard, the scoring on Frogbox, and then the Play HQ, and all three of them are different. Just wondering if there's a cramp out there. Yeah, there is for the keeper. And going to continue on. So Feeder bowl her third over now. Pull shot, gets it around the corner. Is it wide enough to be four? Yes, it is. That's a lovely shot again. Loving that sweep is Flanagan. Now, I reckon that's about right. I reckon Flanagan is 11. And I'll call the score at the moment off the board. I think the board's right. It's 3 for 78. Please note, everybody, that Asmi Benage is definitely out there, and Elizabeth Yates was actually run out without facing a ball. Sophia's got to get this ball outside off stump and make her play shots in front of the wicket. That's what she does. Well kept. Beats her outside off stump. It's interesting with a 4-5 split in this field. Sophia's almost daring herself to bowl the ball at the stumps. There are some gaps on this offside. Pull shot again. Trouble if Benage can't get back. She did get back that time. The throw was a bit high, and Sophia had to go up and catch it and then bring it down. Oh, inside edge. She's thrown that one up above eye level. Flanagan couldn't get Anything other than an inside edge on that one? To the best of my knowledge, it's something like 3 for 75. Throws it up. That should have been a stumping. And given. Flanagan comes down. The keeper does enough. And Sophia Mavros has her first wicket. Stumping there, Flanagan. We believe that Flanagan's got 7. And being a part-time scorer myself, I do understand how difficult it is. So we'll just wait for them to come there. We're definitely 4 down for something like 75 or 76 is the score. Short break, back with you in a sec. Welcome back. A lovely flight of delivery from Sophia Mavros does for Jen Flanagan. Sophia orders Rory back to long off. So there's only one person in the ring in front of the square, on the offside, and that's Eva Jens at a shortish cover. Mavros is getting grip and purchase out of the pitch, and the arm ball's going for her as well. Flights it up. Lovely over Sophia. Now, I'm sorry, I can't give you the figures. I just don't have them. I think it's something like 4 for 75. And I reckon that Mavros is about 1 for 14 or 15 off 3. That's as best I can do. Aiken to finish off her 4 set. So far she has 3 overs, 1 for 8. David Redden here with you at beautiful North Sydney Oval. Banaj is back on strike. Short. This time straight to the fielder. No run. Aiken preferring to bowl to a 5-4 with 2 in the ring on, in fact 3 in the ring on the offside, in front of point. Square. Hits that square to the sweeper. I think that she's going to take 2 here. Yeah. Needed probably to that ball just a little bit more quickly. However, I'm not sure Banaj would have been stopped. That's a double to Banaj. Short again. Dragged down. Straight to backward point. Gonna go. Did. And that's Georgia Horan out there. And as we saw this morning, Georgia Horan can absolutely whack them. So we're looking for her to put a surge in here and get them up towards 130, 140. I'll go back and refresh my Play HQ and see if they've managed to resurrect that as yet. Lovely ball to Horan. Just cramped it for room a bit, and she just defends the short cover. Horan will be going off those 2 short, mid on and mid off, being short. Wasn't even watching that. I do not know how she's caught that. She's caught that above her head, behind her head, and Aiken. That's a big wicket. Horan swinging away. And that's Aiken second. A nice catch, Jens. As I said, I'm not sure if she was watching all the way in her hands, but she's taken it clean as a whistle. And, reckon that's about 5 for 78, 5 for 79. The key for the scorers is that Banaj is actually still out there and on live scoring, and on the scoreboard here, she's actually listed as being out. She is most definitely out there, so I'm sorry, I can actually. It may be something like 5 for 79 or 5 for 80 along those lines. I do apologise for this, but at the moment I'm looking at 3 different scores on 3 different boards, so we'll just do the best we can. I also think that was Georgia Horan that came in last. It's listed as Olivia Linfoot, but I don't actually think that's right. I think it's the score maybe 5 for 79 at the moment. Aiken, faster ball, clever. And a fabulous set from Emily Aiken. I reckon she's finished with something like, maybe 2 for 20 or something like that. It's so difficult to judge what the actual scores are here. Mavros to bowl her last. As we thought, Mavros and Aiken's 8 over spells changed this match. The 2 slow bowlers having a great effect. Mavros is last, bowling to Benage. She's still out there. Faster one. Might have hit leg stump on a next set, but it wasn't going any of the set that are there. The board over here's now got Benage back, so that's a good start. They've gone all the way back. They're working away the scorers. It's a tough gig sometimes. Flights it on the full. Benage down to the deep mid-wicket fielder, who's misfielded. Got to go, but the throw is errant. Benage's running could best be described as skittish. She's still there, however. Got to that one on the full from Sophia, sorry. Flat up, that ball's gone and it's a wide. That arm ball went a long way in the air. She really does get a lot of work on that ball. And I reckon her arm ball would be absolutely lethal to left-handers. Sophia flights it. Beautiful delivery. Oh, that's tipped down the pitch. Holy cow, this is dead set tip and run. Taking every risk imaginable and more is Benage. I reckon the score's something on the lines of 5 for 83, 5 for 84, but we'll confirm that for you when we can. Still preferring to bowl to a 4-5 field, Sophia, whereas Aiken bowled to a 5-4 split. Shorter, off stickers, no run. And they've really pulled back this run rate. Dead set Gordon were looking at 140, 150 at one stage. Flights it, up in the air, should be a catch to the keeper. Oh my goodness. Needed to be a little bit more, perhaps a little bit of inexperience here. Needed to communicate. I think that was a keeper's catch, to be honest. Umpire's just cupped one because they threw the ball near him and obviously he wasn't watching. Short. That's closer. Umpire was on the move straight away. And Mavros has finished her 4 over set. So Mavros and Aiken have changed this game. They're 5 down, something like 5 for 84, 5 for 85, we think. I still don't think that was Olivia Linfoot that was that last catch. I reckon that was Georgia Horan, personally, in 66, because she's had to get the same number since this morning. So it'll be a force change in bowler here. Think it might be India Kitty to come on from the northern end. Looks like it's Kirsten Dorsch, the skipper out there. And Benage is still there. She's been there since ball 1. Has a whack at that one. Doesn't get much of it. Hits it on stickers. Straight to mid-off. No run. And I would think right now the tactics for Gordon have got to be to get Benage as much strike as possible. I think that score might be pretty much close to right. I reckon he's about 5 for 85. Wider. Drives it straight to mid-on. Benage was looking for a single. The misfield goes straight to the mid-off, who was scuttled across, and somehow they save a single. Been a long time since there's been a boundary as well. Having a high, it should be a catch. Lovely caught and bowl Keating. Dorsch gets it edge to one, trying to hoy away to the left leg side. That's 6 down now, and North Sydney putting the foot right down. We'll be back shortly. So the thinking is here that the scoreboard's getting it right now. They've got Elizabeth Yates is being run out without facing a ball. I think that Benage is something like 32 or 33. Keating takes the first wicket with a smart caught and bowled. And we'll get scores and batters to you shortly. I think the score's 6 for 85 now, Gordon. Short, off the hip. That'll be a couple. Got to get rid of it quickly, I would have thought. Does. And keeps it to 2. They should be leg buys. Alright, he's giving that as off the bat. I thought that was clearly off the hip. That's fine. Again, they're 120 metres closer than I am. I'll continue to try and call the score. I think the score's 6 for 87. It's all being resurrected on live screen, so please give the scorers just a couple of minutes. Tough for them. Short and wide. And Sophie's done an excellent job. She's got excellent range there. Short cover. No run. Yep, so they're correcting everything now on my cricket. It's going to take a while. Sorry, that's a faux pas, David. Play HQ, David. Driving, slicing to point, no run. That's a very good over from India Keating. Very good. Took a wicket, caught and bowled. I think the score is something on the lines of 6 for 87. Everybody, 6 for 87's close. Now, just seeing if this is Jasmine Janes coming on at this end. Yeah, it is. Jasmine James does not have a long run up. So Benage is still out there. We think that the score is 6 for 87. So she's going to... James is going to bowl to a 5-4 split. Aitken's been bought in the ring. She's got a fine third man and a sweeper at cover point. Short cover on the squeeze and backward point in the offside. James in again. Benage hits it straight to the fieldsman and takes off. Single. And the leg side fields are mid-on. mid-wicket just off the square, deep backward square, and a fine leg. James in again. Oh, fully, almost a full bunger. That may have enough to... Oh, gee, Keating's not slow. She may just track this down. She does. She keeps it in and saves a run. So Keating's desperation and speed keeps that to 3. Knee-high fully put away. Reckon the score's about 6 for 90 or 6 for 91 at the moment. James in again. Short. Bernard should put that away. Goes down on one knee and works it tightly down to fine leg. Single. Short. Jagged back a bit as an off-cutter, and that meant she could only get it to Keating at mid-on. Average throw. Couldn't stop the single. Oh, God, how did that miss middle and off? Benage having an absolute larrup. James put a bit extra in that one and it actually bounced straight over off stump. A jaffa from James. That's Jasmine James, isn't it?
Ellie.
Oh, that's Ellie. Thank you, sorry. It was listed as Jasmine, so.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
That's a wide. So, correction there. Thank you very much, sir. It's actually Ellie James. The poor old scorers are having a rough trot today.
Ellie's the old sister.
Okay, thank you. In a minute, ladies and gentlemen, we might just duck off commentary for a minute and see if we can go and assist the scorers in a minute, see if they need a hand. And that's a signal, but we'll just go off air for a couple of minutes and see if we can assist. Welcome back to North Sydney Oval. We're very, very sorry for some of those scoring problems. I'm sorry I went off air. I did go trying to just assist the scorers, but there's significant issues over there. They're getting towards the end of the innings as we go along. My thoughts are that the score's going to end up around or about 120 or 121. We know that Asmi Banaj made 50, but it's just a matter of finalising the score. The umpires are loitering. They're not too far away from entering the field of play. Apologies for the lack of commentary for about 10 minutes there, but thought I'd try and go and lend a hand, and so be it. There's days like these, as a scorer, as someone that's scored a little bit anyway, I have a lot of sympathy for the people up there. Put it that way. Let me just say that I understand what they're going through. Batting drills are almost done, and North Sydney going through their motions. Umpires are not too far away. It's going to be a little bit difficult. They are working their backsides off to try and get that live scoring right. The scoreboard over there still has not moved. It's from 3 for 66. So apologies for the problems, everybody. Sometimes these things can't be helped. Sort of day to be absolutely glorious to be out on the harbour having a cruise or hopping on a yacht or even just any kind of boat. It'd be beautiful out there today. Maybe a little bit breezy out to sea, but certainly in the protected harbour it'd be gorgeous. So, just waiting for final confirmation of the final score. Just want to say thanks to North Sydney Cricket Club, UTS North Sydney for having me along. I just love doing this. It's such a privilege to be able to come to this wonderful place. And look, I'm commentating really fine athletes out here, but it's hard to put in words when you don't come from Sydney, you come from the bush. And this place has such a famous history in all sports. Union League, they played Australian rules here in cricket. It is such a fabulous place to be. I know there's some upgrade works being done here, and being fair, that a few of those things need to be done around the place, but it's just a privilege, and it's just a great place to be and to watch cricket. You're close to the action. It's got such a great culture and feeling about it. I'm very lucky to be able to do this. So, Gordon are out there. Umpires in position. The batter's about to come out now. And this should be a really interesting run chase at about 6 and over. So early polls will be critical here. Of course, in the Brewer Shield game this morning, Kuncham and Aurora Mavros had a great day out early on. And don't know why the batters haven't entered the field of play yet. They're going now, are they? Yeah, here they go. So just waiting for scores to come up. Hopefully they'll be up shortly for you. I'll describe the players best I can here. Bowler will start from the southern end. The McCartney stand end here. I think one of those batters might be one of the James. It might be Ellie James at this end in the non-strikers end in 20. That's 22. I think that might be right. So I've got a most unusual situation with live scoring not complete and the scoreboard not right. So We'll call the action as best we can. Field for Gordon, a very fine leg. Square leg, mid-wicket on the squeeze, mid-on and mid-off on the ring. Short cover on the squeeze, cover point, point, and a fine third man. And that's a standard field for today. And particularly having that fine leg and third man, very fine. The scorers with the book are ready to rock and roll. As I said, as scores come out, I'll try and keep a manual score here for you. So that we've got an idea of what the score is at the ground level. First ball of the innings. Short on the back foot, no run. See if I've got a pen and a bit of paper in my bag here, ladies and gentlemen, and I might start ticking off some scores. If I can find some paper, then we are set. And I'll just do a manual scorecard if I can. Second ball of the innings. That's a leg side wide. Clear as day. And they're away. North Sydney. None for one. Okay, beautiful. And another wide. None for two. And I'll keep scores on. I'll create a bit of a box here for you on my sheet. And keep on going. None for two. Full, driving, looking for a single. James has got to get on a motor, and she does. That's none for three. Three. Cutting. Lovely shot. That should be four. Forget it on this outfield. That's seven. Lovely authentic cut shot there. That's none for seven early doors for Gordon. You see a lot of things at cricket, but I've never seen anything. I don't think I can remember something happening like this with such issues in the box. Back cut again. If that gets through, it should be. Oh, good footwork keeps that to a single. None for eight. Full, worked off the pads. Yeah, I agree. Excellent running. And after one over, UTS are none for nine. And the problem for the score... Oh, sorry, I thought that was over. Oh, of course, there were wides, weren't there? So there you go. After one over, none for nine. I forgot the second wide there. The problem for the scorers is this, is that they've still got Elizabeth Yates as having made 4 runs off 4 balls. That's not right, because Elizabeth Yates didn't face any deliveries. She was run out without facing. So, some work to be done there. So after one over, the score is none for nine. Rob, what was the final score? 1-2-1? The problem was, as I was just saying on here, Rob, the problem is that they've still got Yates recorders being run out making a score. She was run out without facing a ball. That's where all the source of the problems are. Who's the strike batter 99 at the far end now, please?
99, that's Sophia Mavros.
Oh, that's Sophia, and this is Ellie James. So it's Sophia in 99 and Ellie now on strike. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Rob Aiken in the house with me here. So, yeah, that's Sophia Mavros is opening. She's now off strike. Ellie James played that delightful cut shot in the last over. And it's none for 10, scoring on my manual scorecard here. Going very wide in the crease. Almost pulled out that shot and got it on the middle of the bat. It looks like the target score is 1-2-2, everyone. 1-2-2. I'll keep scoring here on my score sheet, and hopefully we can get that something close to accurate. Oh, beautiful delivery. That ball's jagged back in, and James played all around it. Still none for 10. Second over. Fully. That's close. That was close that time. That hit her on the full. And that's a leg by, is it? It is. That's 11 gone. That's a none for 11. And I think one of the reasons is the bowler's bowling so wide on the crease that ball, the umpire must have thought that was scooting down leg. It's none for 11. Off the pad again. No run. Sophia on strike now. We're going to tidy over this one, the second over of the innings. Live scoring still causing issues. On the back foot, Sophia gets it to the left at backward point. That's an easy single. None for 12, the Bears. None for 12. That's the end of the second over. So their run rate's right on. We believe that Gordon made 121. So the target's 122. None for 12 after 2 overs in the power play. Conditions here outstanding for cricket. A few clouds in the sky, an easterly breeze running. It's a pleasant temperature. Good conditions. Should be some good cricket this afternoon. It's women's second grade, New South Wales Premier Cricket. UTS North Sydney, the host here at North Sydney Oval, against near neighbours Gordon. Sophia Mavros on strike. They're going with a 4-5 split, a very fine leg, square leg next to the umpire. And they've bought the short third man. They've now got a deep square, forward square for Sophia Mavros. Full, driving, nice technique. Mid off on a motor and stops that from being a single. So running around the field, a very fine leg, square leg, deep forward square, mid on, right back on the ring. Straightish mid off, short extra cover on the squeeze, cover point, backward point, and a short third. Driving on the stickers though, good length, no run. Still none for 12. Oh, short. Should be a wide. And it'll be a couple of wides. That'll be 2 wides, I reckon. Just waiting on the umpire. It is. Wide there and a wide there. None for 14 now, the Bears. She really dragged that down. Mavros almost had to walk sideways to get near it. None for 14 in the third. Remember, they need just over 6 and over. Oh, Jaffa. No foot movement, however, but a perfect length. And as these players develop their cricket, they'll learn that on this pitch, footwork's really important on this deck. You're either forward or you're back, and being caught in between, you can get in some strife. Still none for 14. Oh, how was that missed? Holy cow, I do not know how that's missed. It kept low. Just waiting on the umpire. Is there a little edge on that one? No, it's a leg bye. None for 15. That was third stump high. That was very low. Yeah, I thought so too. If that's a leg bye. Again, that was close. None for 15. Short, pulling. Shouldn't be forward. Didn't get enough of it, Sophia. And they do enough to keep it to a single. None for 16. Dropping very short, Sophia. I'll be cranky she didn't put that away for a boundary, actually. 16 without loss. Ellie James on strike. Full off the pads this time. Got to go, Sophia. Does. And that's not a leg bye. That's given us a run. So it's none for 17 after 3. Right at the run rate. None for 17 off 3. Again, we apologise for the issues with Play HQ and on the frog box syncing. Just having all sorts of issues with that live scoring. And the source is down to 1 dismissal. So, and still running through it. Hopefully they can get it moving. James on strike again. And the third man's come back in now. They've dispensed with the deep forward square. Full driving. Inside edge. And the keeper does enough to keep it to a no run. It's none for 17 in the 4th over. Oh, how is that miss leg stump? Oh my gracious me. Not in the same parish as that one, James, and it swung late. And just missed. It must have missed leg stump by an inch. Certainly causing some concern with this in-swing. James in particular is not reading her well at all. She's a candidate for a play on or even being castled through the gate here. Driving, that was another very good in-swinger. James good enough to bunt it back to the bowler, no run. Still none for 17. Fully driven. Oh, how they just stuck out of hands, Dave to boundary. Well fielded. Average throw, but a very good piece of fielding. Saves 3 runs. None for 18 now. Sophia Mavros back on strike. Mavros has got slightly better footwork than Ellie James, and I think she'll play the in-swing with a bit more comfort. Probably try and get outside the ball and whack her across through off her pads. Does come across, and that's exactly what she does. Plays her off her hip with comfort, reading the in-swing very well. None for 19 now. See the difference in the footwork there. Sophia Mavros getting right across and behind it, and that's an easy leg bounce off her hip. Down here to the very fine leg. 19's the score. Gordon going okay. They restricted the boundaries. Off the stickers, another good length delivery. And after 4 overs, Gordon will be pleased. That's none for 19 the score. 2 overs left in the power play. Now they're slightly behind that run rate of 6 and over. How are we going on live scoring, guys? Any luck? Nope. No luck at all. Change in bowler. And this is Georgia Horan, right arm medium pacer. And Georgia Horan's going with the more standard field of the fine leg and third man. Horan from the southern end. Sophia gets it underneath edge. Straight to the very fine leg, and it's none for 20. UTS North Sydney. Gordon certainly bowling well. They're bowling in the right areas, and it's actually a very hard ground, hard with this field to score runs straight. There's a short cover on the street on the squeeze, a shortish mid wicket, a mid on the ring, and a mid off who's very straight, and it's challenging them to hit the ball squarer. Off the pad, no run. I think this mid-off right in front of us is actually too straight. The bowler can get some of those. I'd have mid-off about 2 metres squarer. The other side of that dot, actually. Wide. And driven straight by James. Straight back to Georgia Horan. No run. None for 20 into the 5th over, North Sydney. And they don't want to get too far, but at least they've got 10 wickets in the shed. But Gordon has pegged them back here. There hasn't been a boundary for a couple of overs. Getting a fully. Sliced a backward point and sent back by Sophia. Thought there was a run in that, actually. Still none for 20. Trying to drive, inside edge of the bat. Getting a bit bogged down here. Gordon bowling very well, bowling to their plans. Love to get out of this over without a boundary, and they've got them behind the run rate. They're only going to be at 4 and over if she can bowl a couple of dots here. Short, underneath edge. Again, there was an easy single there, to be honest. And now they've got them behind the run rate. The last 3 overs have gone for 3 runs. And after 5 overs, UTS North Sydney are none for 20. Just see how live scoring is going. Still issues. Sophia Mavros back on strike, and they need to start hitting the boundary reasonably regularly. They've been dotted up a bit in the last 3 overs. He steps inside it. That's close. This time given. So there's the wicket. And Sophia Mavros stepped across the crease. The umpire very happy that was LBW. We'll go for a short break. Back here with a couple of North Sydney's Brewer Shield players who had the win earlier this morning, walking past me. Ladies, who's the new batter, please? That's Adelaide Hicks. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Adelaide Hicks is new to the crease. At an interesting juncture because they've just lost a wicket and their run rate is falling behind. It's 1 for 20 in the 6th. That's a wide. And there's the scoring recommences. 1 for 21. Gordon will be very pleased. Their last 4 overs have been a terrific set. They've won the last 4 overs and they've dragged the run rate right back. Just through good line of length bowling. Hicks on strike. Off the hip. That might be a double if she pushes. Oh, it should be an easy double. Easy double. All right. Doesn't take the second, Adelaide Hicks. So it's 22 for 1. And again, our apologies for those following on Play HQ and those following on the live stream. I'm going to have to call the score out manually because they've still got issues trying to get that all synced. It's 1 for 22 in the 6th. Full. James drives. A bit more confidently, straight back down the pitch, no run. And as I said earlier, it's very difficult to score straight at the moment. The field is so tight and compact with this. That short cover's come even straighter now. It's almost a short extra cover. Mid-wicket's gone a bit further back, but mid-on and mid-off are both very straight. James on the drive. Gets that straight. And they've done enough to stop the run. Still 1 for 22. Just about to finish the power play. And if Gordon get out of the power play at 1 for 22, they'll say that's our set. They've got won the first third of the innings, basically. James on strike. Full. Missing leg by a long way. That wasn't hitting leg on the next set. And 1 to go. Umpire's checking with another 1 to go. And when you watch the cricketers at this level developing, it's the footwork when they're batting that sets the better players apart and is an indication of development, is the footwork when they're batting. Back, forward, across. Fully. Hits that in the air to mid-on. No run. So Gordon's won the power play. It's 1 for 22 after 6. And the last 4 overs have gone for 1 for 5. So very good start there for Gordon. They've won the power play clearly. Georgia Horan to come on at the southern end. Almost think of turning the computer off here, to be honest with you. But we'll see. We'll persevere. Adelaide Hicks back on strike. So their run rate is less than 4. So they now need 100 of 14 overs. So they're up already at 7s. The scorer's box up there is fuller than the MCG on grand final day, I might add. Georgia Horan bowling Adelaide Hicks. Cutting wide. That'll be more than 1 wide. That's 2 wides. 1 for 24 now. If anyone can actually hear me, please turn off the music because it's awful. Just fixing up a little. There's a little bit of sand on the side of the square there. The umpire and Skipper Dorsha fixing that up. Change of strike with the running through for the second wide. James back on strike. Full driving straight back down the pitch. And James is chewing up some rocks here. She's got to rotate the strike. So looks like live scoring's been resurrected. Don't necessarily agree with the score, but it's 8 for 121 is definitely confirmed for Gordon. And squeezes that a brilliantly fielded. That ball bounced at almost right angles. Hicks has got to go. Single to James. I've got that as 25, but we'll just I'll stay out of this for the moment. I've been scoring ball by ball, and I think it's 25, but we'll see what happens. In fact, that might very well be right with the 2 wides and the single in this over. So Adelaide Hicks is back on strike. Mavrite made 6. James is 7. There's already been 5 wides. And congratulations to those doing the scoring. They've done an unbelievable job to get this back to where they are. And even the scoreboard at the ground is working. So fantastic work, everybody. Hicks, missing leg. And this run rate's becoming very, very important for North Sydney now. There's 2 wides. It was that's it, wide plus 1, and then there's been a single. So we're right here in the box. It's in the commentary box. It's 25 is the score. Off the pad. In fact, I thought it was off the pad, but it wasn't. There's another wide, and the only critique you can make so far of Gordon is they've given North Sydney an extra over in wides already, and you can't do that at this level of cricket. Somewhere along the line, you made to pay. Gordon, however, clearly on top. Driving, Hicks gets a slashes at it, but because the third man is so fine, it's just a single. 27 now is the score. Georgia Horan again. Short. James gets it off stickers and can't beat the short cover. No run. So the frog box would appear to have the right score, and the play HQ will be almost another faux pas, David. And the play HQ will hopefully be updated shortly. Oh, that's a good shot. That should be 4 on this outfield. Lovely shot, James. Basically basically a sweep off the medium pacer, and they get to 31 now. So that is 31 at the end of that over. Quite expensive with a couple of wides. After 7 overs, it's 1 for 31. So I think I can actually stop the scoring now. That's lovely. And so everything's back on board. Congratulations to those in the scorer's box. Gordon made 8 for 121. And after 7 overs, North Sydney's run rate is already 7. Gordon's done very well. Very, very well. And Liz Yates' spell of 1 for 5 off 3 has been superb. Not quite sure that's actually right, but we'll leave it at that. Change in bowler now, so it's 1 for 31, chasing 122. And the Bears are running at 4.4 and over. James has chewed up 27 rocks in making 12. She did get a boundary in the last over, else it would have been a little bit worse. But they have to continue to push now. Looking almost already at a boundary every over. That might actually be right, those bowling figures. They've kept Yates for another one. The skipper Dorsch is on. Kristen Dorsch. Offies. Very full first ball. Yates squeezes that down to third man. I don't think she's quick enough to get back for a double. She's taken him on. He's a chance. And Hicks gets there. Well run, Adelaide Hicks. James had no problem getting there. 1 for 33. Hicks back on strike. Flat, cutting to the sweeper at 3/4. Are they going to come back for 2 with the misfield? No, not this time. It is actually, in some places, due to the very dry weather, a little bit rough in the outfield. Usually this joint's like carpet, but it's been so hot in Sydney. It really has been scorching hot. I left work on Thursday and it was as hot as I've ever walked from my uni up to Central. It was just ridiculous. It's a pleasure to get on the train. There you have it. Dorsch bowling to James. Fully, and a missed caught and bowl chance there. Dorsch throwing one hand up, and the ball came a little bit more slowly. She got it on the inside third of the bat. 1 for 35 now. And the lack of pace is going to be interesting here for Hicks and James. Dorsch not bowling quickly at all. Straight. And Adelaide Hicks uses her feet nicely and punches to 2/3 long on. And there's a single. 1 for 36. Runs off every ball this over so far, which is exactly what Dorsch has, what North Sydney have to do. She's got a deep cow out there in case James decides to go the hoy. Oh, that is not missed by much. James playing across the line, living a charmed life. Surely the keeper's got to stand up. Maybe just a matter of confidence, but Dorsch is a dead set off spinner. Not confident. James trying to cut, and Dorsch finishes off the over well. 5 off the over. Dorsch has none for 5. It's 1 for 36 after 8. Your net run rate is 4.5, and the required run rate is 7.2. Again, according to that beautiful scoreboard on the southeastern corner here at North Sydney, it is a very large scoreboard. David Redden here with you. Been all sorts of issues with that scoring. That's me. I'm not opening a can, everybody. I'm getting a sparkling water out, so bear with me. Need my sparkling water. And I reckon this is Jenna Flanagan coming on at this end. We'll just wait and see. It looks like the diminutive Flanagan. And that's confirmed. So the third man, not being aware that there's a slow bowler coming on, comes out of third man and will come across to mid-wicket, I think. They've got to have 4 on the offside, so Dorsch will go into short cover, I'd imagine. Yep. Where's the 5th? 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they short of field? Oh no, there's a sweeper out at cover. There, I hadn't seen that. So Dorsch is going to come across into the squeeze at mid-wicket. Bowling to a 4-5 is Flanagan, and they're going to put out a deep cow for Adelaide Hicks. And bringing fine leg very fine on the ring there. Flanagan looking like, to me, the way she's bowling this in practice, it's going to bowl front of the hand stuff, maybe a bit of a mix of offies and front of the hand leggies. Flanagan bowling to Hicks, and they've got to get a move on. They need boundaries. Offies. Hicks went back to cut that. It was so slow, she's only succeeded in cutting it to mid-off. And she's going to move. She's going to switch the backward point and short cover, just for a bit of range and mobility. Flanagan in again to Hicks. Goes back and has a full-blooded pull. Well fielded Dorsch. Pretty much stopped that with a leg. And every dot is bumping that run rate up. Every single one. Hicks down. Should be out. And taken. And she might have hurt her hands or a hip there, but she's taken the catch. Full toss from Flanagan. And Hicks has hit it straight down mid-off straight. It's 2 for 36. We'll be back shortly. The new batter is Kayla Robson, the keeper. North Sydney in a bit of a hole here. They're 2 for 36. Flanagan in again. Oh, that's a dead set fully. But it's so slow that it drops quickly and Robson just bunts it down the pitch. Flanagan bowling to Robson. Throws it right up and it drops like a stone. And as it did for North Sydney, pace off is working here for Gordon. Still 2 for 36. This is the 9th over, so the scoring rate is not good. Throws it up. Robson. This should be an easy single. And that's a terrific over. A wicket taking over for Flanagan, 1 for 1. And after 9 overs, UTS are 2 for 37. The run rate's 4.1, and the required run rate's the critical bit here. The required run rate's now 7.7 and over. And that's hard work from here. That's a boundary every over. Easy. At least one. It's a boundary every over and change, really. So Robson and Hicks and James have got to take it amongst themselves. James is 13, but she's used up 30 rocks. Really has to score off every ball now. And I would imagine that Aurora Mavros won't be too far away with the bat either. Here comes Dorsch. Slowly. Nice drive from Robson. Straight back again. This field is beautifully set. They've done some work, Gordon. They are stopping them getting runs straight, particularly on the offside. Robson. A bit more further outside leg stump. Dorsch scurries across and keeps it in front of her. No run. There is a spot at long on. Long on's about 10 metres outside the circle now in almost a nothing position, and it's an easy single. Dorsch has got good range, particularly to a right-hand side, though, and off her own bowling. Another slow one. Driven into a gap. Might be 2 here, actually. It's a lovely shot. Just a beautiful shot from Robson. A classic cover drive. Nothing more than a push, really. Two for 39. Shorter on the back foot. Robson couldn't get it away. Australia 4 for 192 in Perth, 4 for 198 in Perth, 415 in front. Again back down the pitch. Just finding it very difficult to score with any fluency, the Bears here. 2 for 39, almost halfway through the innings. Perfect line of length. What a good over that is from Dorsch. Just the 2 off it. After 10 overs, they're halfway gone. 2 for 39. And there's a lot of work in front. Are they had an over yet? 8.3. You would think a declaration's coming reasonably shortly in Perth. Maybe 430, 440 in front. So it's 2 for 39 halfway through, and the spinners are doing the damage here. Flanagan, who bowls these loopy offies that drop like a stone, throws it up. That should be 4 actually. First time she's missed with line, and James, who loves to hit square, whacks that one to the backward square. So there's the boundary they needed this over. They've got to keep going at 8.3. You're looking at 3 boundaries every 2 overs on the score. Going to be a tough get from here. 2 for 43. First time Flanagan's missed with her line. Throws it up. Drops off the pad. Short finds onto it. No run. Their discipline with the ball's been really good, Gordon. Throws it up again. Should be a catch. Oh, it was a pull shot. Got back to Flanagan. I think it might have been there a little bit slower than what she thought, and she's shelled a reasonably difficult chance to her left. James is still there. He's just got to keep going now. The foot's down, but she's got to keep going. Throws it up. Hoiks it to mid-on and takes the single. So that's 5 runs this over so far. They'd love another boundary just to relieve some pressure and bring that run rate down. It's a big ask from here. Robson's got gaps, particularly if she wants to go aerial. Charging, defending though. This is the thing with Flanagan, is you've got to make all the pace. That's why when James hit that 4, she hit it behind square. And she's bowling so slowly that it's going to be hard to score off her if she gets it right. Still 2 for 44. Throws it up wide. Off the outside edge again. And just the single. And that's another good over from Flanagan. She has 1 for 7 off 2. North Sydney 6 off that over. A bit better. But still, the run rate climbing all the time. It's now 8.6. And this will be a hectic run chase if they get home here. Dorsch has got I would imagine that if Dorsch has got another slow bowler, that the thinking would be to bring them on as well. Because it's so hard to score, particularly if they're hitting in front of the wickets. Proved very difficult for the Bears. Dorsch again. Having a hoy. That should be 4, is it? No, well fielded. Kept that to 2. And the key was there. Went to ground and kept it in front. So lovely fielding. Keeps that to 2. And I think the message might have got out that they really need to start scoring and scoring very quickly. There's only one player on the leg side fence, I might add. There's lots of room. Dorsch again. Goes again. Can't beat mid-on, who's back on the ring. No run. Getting close to being the case where she's got to go again in the next couple of balls. Does. Over the long line. That's a lovely shot. Oh, gee, that's a good catch. I thought that was clearly over. That's an excellent catch. And I thought that was 4. And a lovely footwork, just ran backwards. And that's indicative of the situation. North Sydney are in another wicket. 3 for 47. Dorsch gets her first. Robson's gone. Back with the intersect. I'm just a little surprised that Aurora Mavros has not come out to bat yet. She batted so nicely as an opener this morning. Again, this is not Aurora. That looks to me like that's India Keating that's come out to bat, and in fact it is. 3 for 47 with an enormous amount of work to be done. Almost at a stage now where they need 2 boundaries and over. Dorsch bowling beautifully, slow, accurate. Kitty onto the back foot, can only hit it back to Dorsch. They've hit the field a lot today, the Bears. It's because the bowling's been so disciplined. 3 for 47, the run rate's now at 9, if you don't mind. Straight, having a crack at it, she's got to. Keating gets it out to deep cow. James wants a double. Lovely arm. That's the best arm I've seen today. Absolutely flung that in. And just a single. 3 for 48 now. Keating's 1, James is 18. And James has got to make 70 or 80, I would think, for them to get home, and that's a big ask from here. One ball short of 12 overs. And she can go straight. The sweep's also on if she can get it down here. There's no one covering the fence at backward square. What does James do here? Goes through across to Cow for a single. And another terrific over from Dorshall. Wiki taken over, in which he's gone 1 for 4. After 12 overs, UTS North Sydney are 3 for 49. The required run rate is 9.1. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is dead set Mount Everest out there. That is going to be so hard. Flanagan on again. Putting him back a deep forward square for James. She's really going to take him on here. Had enough of a look. And they're going to send backward square back to the fence, I think. She's going, what, 2/3? She's gone 2/3 at backward square. Still bowling to a 4-5 split with a sweeper at cover. Flanagan throws it up, and James will take the single. Gets it just past the ring at cover. 3 fielders converge and keep it to 1. Keating, who can hit a clean ball when she goes, going to have to do it regularly here. The Bears are 50, but it's taken them 12 overs and 1 ball to get there. 73 rocks for 50. Throws it right up. That's a wide. 2 wides. Very good running, Ellie James. Really clever. That's smart. And they get 2 free ones there through the clever work of James and scooting through for a very, very cheeky second wide there. Flanagan still. It's 2 for 50, 3 for 52. Throws it up. Gets enough of it, I think. Yes, that'll be 1 at least. Misfield. They should be coming back on the misfield, and they do. Very good running again. India Kidding that time, taking on the danger end. Does very well. James to 22. It's 3 for 54. Throws it up. Gets it off stickers and just spoons it back down the pitch. I almost think that deep cover is almost not worth it. James doesn't seem to play too many powerful shots in front of square on the outside. That's where she wants to hit to mid-wicket and mid-on. Beautifully fielded Dorsh. Flanagan, who has 1 for 12 off 2.4 overs, doing a great job here for Gordon. Again, a bit flatter this time. And gets this one in front of square on the offside. That's a good shot, James. She's got to do more of that. They can't run more than a single, though. And in that case, Banaj has done a great job out there at sweeper at cover. Keating needs a boundary. Thrown up off the pads to that backward square position that they've just moved a bit deeper and went straight to her. And that's over. So it's 3 for 56. Flanagan, the excellent figures of 1 for 1403. Dorsh has, so these two, Dorsh and Flanagan, have dealt 6 overs, 2 for 25. And that's match winning in the context of this game. Quite clearly done a great job. Oh, excuse me. In a big day. So Yates is going to come on at that northern end. She's got 1 left. Dorsh saving herself for later on. Or is that Linfoot? Is that Livy Linfoot? I just wait and see who this actually is. The scoreboard has that listed as Linfoot, so we'll follow them. A very odd offside field. You can see that in your coverage on the camera. Have a look. There's 3 fielders within 20 metres of each other. Short cover, short extra, short, almost a short long off, short mid off. Unless Dorsch is going to go push wide. Yeah, there we go. I thought that was an odd field. And they're moving them around. Flanagan to square leg and an orthodox cover. And Dorsch is sitting there at short cover on the edge of the square in the squeeze position. Lovely delivery first up. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, that's a great shot. That's almost 6. Whacked it. India Keating showing she's got great power. And whacks a 6 over towards the tents. Holy cow, was that needed. Keating's on to 8. And has to keep on throwing the bat. Umpire's got to check the ball. It went outside the play, the arena. 3 for 62 now. I'm sorry, I'm not convinced that's Olivia Linfoot. I think that could be the opening bowler, Yates, but I'll leave it at that. I'm not sure. Goes again. Gets onto it again. Can Bernard stop it? No, that's 10 runs and 2 balls. This is exactly what they require, and they'll need a lot more of it. Keating liking the pace coming on. As we were saying, it's been so hard for the pace off, for the batsman to score pace off. Now, this is interesting. There's now 6 players on the leg side, and that's actually going to be a no ball. If they've got their rules right, there's only 3 players on the offside. 1, 2, 3. Have they just called a lock and load? There's still 3 players on the offside, and I think that this is if they're on here, they've got to have a 4-5 split. That's 4. No, it won't be 4. Brilliantly fielded. There should be 3. Keating's hit 13 runs off 3 balls. Now, that's actually, by my understanding of the rules, and I'll have to check the playing conditions, I think in T20 cricket you've got to have 3, 4 players on the offside. And there's only 3. That was a no ball. One, 2 and 3. Wait and see what the umpires do. 3 for 65 now. Yorker. That'll be a bye. Through for 66. Unless I'm missing a fieldsman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. Thought the Premier Cricket had a 4-5 split was a minimum, but anyway, that's why I'm up here and not out there. That's a wide. This has been a big over. There's definitely only 3 on the offside at the moment. Keating, for once, doesn't get in the middle in this over. Still 3 for 67. Run rate required's down to 8.1. Kudos here for big over here. Oh, that's gone again. That's massive! Absolutely huge. What an over that is. Keating getting that right in the screws. 3 for 73, I think it is. I'm just not sure. I'm going to have to check the scoring out here. Scorecards are both saying 3 for 78. And one of them saying 3 for 73. So, just have to wait and see what this... I think the score is 3 for 78. I'll have to check the playing conditions for New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket. Floating it on for her last. And they've put the foot down, haven't they? Needed to. Put it that way. They absolutely needed to do that. 21 off the over. It's 3 for 78. That should be a stumping. Oh no, missed the stumping. That's because the keeper's not standing up to the stumps. Flanagan still bowling beautifully. James going back, but can only get a top edge to short fine leg. Flanagan in again, throws it up. That's 4. North Sydney really charging now. 3 for 82. Going hard, they've got to. Getting up knee-high full toss and depositing it. James just, she's lucky that she didn't bump that back onto the stumps. Underneath edge to a cut shot. Flanagan still bowling very well. She has 1 for 18 off 3.4 overs. She's been pivotal today. Throws it up again, gets that one on the full. Deep forward square comes into play. James has 28 now. Keating 21 off 9 balls. And I would think that Keating will be swinging from the hips here, trying to get a boundary. This is the last ball of Flanagan's set today. Squares going back to the fence for Keating. They still don't have anyone at Cow, and that's where she hit them last over. Gotta go hard. Flanagan misses with the shot at the stump. She was gone too. They had to take the single. Flanagan finishes with 1 for 20 off 4. A great effort. It's 3 for 84 after 15 overs. So the required run rate is 7.6. Still, anything's possible. It'll be Georgia Horan coming on at that northern end. Kristen Dorsch is getting her field right here. It's got a very fine leg, backward square leg, deep forward square, deep cow. Is line going to go back? Yes. And again, there's 3 players on the offside here. So I'm just trying to find the playing conditions, to be quite honest with you. I hope I'm not wrong. Keating driving hard to long on. James is thinking of 2. Keating was not. Just the single. James squeezes it out. Lovely ball, Horan. So I've got law 28, 3.28.2A at the instant of delivery. There may be no more than 5 fielders on the leg side, and I am absolutely positive now that every single one of these balls should be a no ball. Georgia Horan getting that out wide, but the field is at the moment short fine leg, backward square, mid wicket, deep forward square, deep mid wicket and long on, and there is a mid off, a cover and a point. So maybe that's being missed. I've got the rules in front of me, but anyway, I'll leave it at that. Bowled up, and Horan takes a big wicket there of James, who's gone for 28, and we'll have a short break. James did her very, very best, put in a big effort there. North Sydney is just going to keep getting the foot, putting the foot down. Looks like Taylor Seymour's come out to bat with India Keating. So at the moment, there are 26 balls left in the innings. North Sydney need 37 runs. Gordon had them 4 for 85. It's advantage Gordon still. And remember that Dorsch has an over left up her sleeve of herself, and she's going to be very hard to score off. Seymour's got to get the strike to Keating. That's got to be her number 1 aim here. Fully worked off her hip. Single now. Is Keating thinking of 2? I'll tell you what, Seymour's got to get back. And just a single. So, given the run rate required, which is 8.6, Keating has to keep going here. She's 23 off 11, and she's got to keep hitting the ball. Oh, it's a wide. Any connection with that down fine, that's 4 because there's no one at third man. Full. Keating wants to keep the strike and can't get it. That's a very good over from Georgia Horan. 2 singles, a wide and a wicket. 4 for 87. There are 24 rocks left. And North Sydney need 35. Change in bowler from the southern end. Flanagan's bowled her set. Horan's got the excellent figures of 1 for 13 off 3. So they do not want to be. I reckon the maximum they want to be chasing in the last over, the Bears, is 10. Fine legs going back. And now there are 4 on the offside. There's a sweeper at cover. It's Dear Sam Brain, the new bowler. What a time to come on and bowl your first over. Seymour and Keating have got to throw the willow. 35 required off 24. Does. Gets a short ball. Sweeper comes in. There should be a double here, and there is. Good running. Dragged that one short, did Sam Brain. Batted well this morning in the Brewer Shield. They're going to keep on going. Fully. How that missed leg stump, I don't know. And Seymour will be cranky. She gets any piece of that, and it's gone. There are 5 players in the ring at the moment. 3 on the leg side. Oh, short. Oh, gee, Sam Brain got lucky there. That was really short. And Seymour's got to get the strike. Keating's going to put those away. The red hot form she's in. Seymour's got to get bat to ball. Goes this time very hard, but goes straight to the sweeper. Don't need a misfield. So Sam Brain's done a good job so far. She's gone for 3 off 4 rocks. Now, however, here's the challenge. Keating comes on strike. This time hitting against the wind. She's got a cow and a long mid-wicket backward square leg and a very fine leg for Sam Brain. That fine leg's wasted. Goes squarer. Are they going to try for 2? Oh, that's going to go for 4. Misfield, and that's exactly what the Bears needed. Sam Brain's still gone for 7 when they need 9 and over. So she's looking for a dot or a single here, and she's done her job. And that was a misfield, unfortunately. Short again. Dorse should let that go for a single. You know what? That's almost even money. Sam Brain's gone for 8 in that over. And kept it at 8. And the 4 was a misfield. So she's done a job. I believe it's 4 for 95. I think they've missed a run on the scoreboard, and that's important. That last over went for 8, and it was 87, so they've missed a single in there on the scoreboard, if anyone's listening. Georgia Horan's last over. She's going to bowl 18. Tarrant's still got overs left. Dorsch has still got an over left. And here we go. It's Horan to Keating. Well bowled Horan. Bowling outside off stump when Keating's strength is going over the leg side. I still think this is according to the laws of the cricket, this is an illegal field. However, Keating gets that one and straight back to the bowler. Good start to this over from Georgia. 2 dots. And they've fixed up that over on the scoreboard, so that's now correct. Short. That's a good short ball too. Keeper took that at chest height. 3 dots to start this over. Now Keating's under enormous pressure. Run rate's over 10s. Oh, fully. That's a waist high full toss, and they'll get a bye as well, and an extra ball. So that should be a no-y and a bye. That's actually a no ball and a bye, unless he said that she's hit that. So there must be a single. So we'll give that as a single to Keating, and it's a lock and load. And the field can change because the batsmen have crossed. The batters have crossed. So Seymour's got a free hit here. Goes hard towards Dorsch at short mid-wicket. It dives and makes a good stop. So the extra delivery cost them 1. It's 4 for 98. Keating must have a boundary. She needs this boundary shortly. 4 on the leg side fence. It's going to be hard to do. Fully, beautifully bowled. Gets her right on the shoe. Well bowled Horan. Keating gets the single. Georgia Horan's happy for that. What an over that is from Horan. 4 runs only at a critical junction. Horan's finished at 1 for 17. Discrepancy in this between the scores here, and they're catching that up. Pretty confident it's 1 for 17 for Horan. So we believe the score is 4 for 99. 23 needed off 2 overs. So as I said earlier, North Sydney would like to have no more than 10 to chase. They're in position to do that, but they need a big over here. They're sticking with Stan Brain. And Keating has got to get her length right. If she bowls short, she could be in strife. Keating has to go. She's got 30 off 20. She's got them back in the game, but she's got to score here. Sam Brain in. Gets a bit of that. Dorsch will give the single away every day there. Lovely bowling Sam Brain. Got the length and line perfect. Gets the dangerous Keating off strike. Seymour needs to go. Very full. Again to Dorsch, who's just got to stop the double and does. And Sam Brain's first 2 deliveries this over have been pretty much perfect. Full and on the crease level. 101. They need 21 off 10 balls. That's a bit better length. Oh, it's a wide. So she gives one back. 20 now required, still off 10 balls. Sam Brain showing no fear at all, very confidently in there. Just got to get it right. Keating's got to go. Very full again. Beautifully bowled Sam Brain. Keating needs to recalibrate here and think, yes, I may have to hit straight here. Over mid-off and extra cover is on if she can get it there. Another full one. This time she gets a piece of it. And Dorsch been very busy at mid-wicket. What an over this has been so far from Sam Brain. She's gone for 4 runs off 4 legal deliveries. That's up, straight up in the air. I reckon Sam Brain will take this. Oh, she's dropped it. Gives a run away, and it gets... Keating actually needs to hit a boundary right now because they're 18 runs down, and Sam Brain wants to get out with another. If she's very happy for a single or a double to a sweep, it just doesn't want a boundary to finish off. Length. to the sweeper. The field's been set perfectly that over. What an over that is from Sam Bain under enormous pressure. And she gives away 6 and an over. That's a superb over under enormous pressure. So now you would think that North Sydney have got to do something extraordinary. North Sydney have got to score 17 off an over. The skipper's going to take responsibility on and bowl the last over herself. So 17 needed off 6 for an unlikely win. Keating's been very brave, 33 off 24, but she's stopped hitting boundaries in the last couple of overs, and she now needs to hit them. Well, that's the first time in 4 overs that they've had 4 on the offside. What a fascinating undertone this is. Keating's got to hit 6s here. Dorsch into her. Goes back. They need a double. Seymour's got to go and take on that throw. Oh, Keating's got to be aware of that. Just the single. I thought there was a possibility of a double there. Seymour was a quarter of the way down the pitch. 106 now. 16 required off 5. You'd think that Gordon will be home in about 3 minutes. Seymour comes down. Oh, mid-wicket misfields. And this time there'll be a double. Georgia Horan needed to go with 2 hands. However, it's just a double. 4 for 108. 14 required off 4. 6 is needed now. Beautifully bowled Dorsch. 14 required off 3. Again, they've erred in having the wrong person on strike. Keating needed to hog the strike this over because she can whack them. 14 off 3. Unlikely. Full. Another dot ball. And this will be a very good win for Gordon. And it was set up by Azmi Banaj, making a brilliant 50. And she had to because she ran out one of her partners. Full. Out to the towards the Banaj on the fence. Goes to ground. Keating's coming back for double she's got to do. 4 for 110. And barring a miracle, like a couple of noes, this is going to be a very good win for the Gordon Cricket Club. Last ball of the match, 12 required. And that should be a run out. I went to the wrong end. Hits the stumps. And that's the match over. 4 for 111. Gordon win by 10 runs. What a pulsating game of cricket that was. And their discipline, despite a great effort from Keating, their discipline with the ball has got them home there. Beautifully bowled. Horan, Flanagan and Dorsch, superb. Dorsch finishes with 4 overs, 1 for 17. In the context of the game, that's superb. Listen, it's been a great day being here with you. This is David Redden. Thank you so much to UTS North Sydney for inviting me down to commentate again. I've had an absolute ball. Been lovely being with you. Well done to UTS North Sydney in the morning and to Gordon this afternoon. But from all of us here at North Sydney Oval, it's a very fond good evening. Bye-bye, everyone. You got a sec? You got a sec?
I do. I'm coming over to start. Bit disappointing.
The last 4 overs from the northern end were fascinating because they had 3 on the offside.
I know, and they kept bowling short outside of stuff and we couldn't put back on the ball.
That's illegal with the playing conditions.
What?
I'll have a look at the playing conditions of Women's Premier Cricket. I've just had it up on my computer.
Yeah.
You've got to, you can't have more than 5 players on the leg side. They had 4 straight overs at that end. You go and have a, I think it's playing condition law 28 in Women's Premier Cricket. I just went and had it up when I was in commentary because I spotted it and I said, I think that's a no ball. They had 3 players on the offside for 4 overs straight. Right, and if you look at,
You're going to need to talk to Michelle about this.
have a look at the playing conditions because
Go and talk to her immediately.
I mentioned it in commentary because that's a Premier Cricket rule and it goes through country cricket and city cricket.
Well, shit, look,
And I'm not sure if you knew.
do you want me to? I'll roll this up.
No, this is mine.
I'll roll that for you. Just let Michelle know.
Shoot the coach.
She is.
I'm going to go because I'm not hurrying. But yes, those last 4 overs from that end, the playing conditions say you can have no more than 5 players on the leg side. And I counted them and I mentioned the commentary and I had the whole ton. I did say it a few times, but every single one of those balls was a no ball. Every single one. And I only know that because we've had a lot of country.